Okay, I started streaming on the vertical third channel. I'll just pop my Twitch thing over there. Alright, what else could this be? Nothing there. I guess when I do a comb. Don't see anything there. This is the combat rotate. So we're just polishing up our first little raid boss. Obviously dragon. Got a big flame breath going off. He's not supposed to, it's a channeled attack. He's not supposed to rotate during it, but he bugs out sometimes and does it. And so I'm just trying to narrow that down. Hello, Squarepeg, how you doing? Yes, let me turn, I'll show you what I'm working on. Let me turn off debug. And then I'll put all of his abilities back. A little backup here. And so the last test I did, this was kind of like done in a rush, so I didn't really get everything in functioning properly. So he's got that kind of standard fireball. He's got a few melee attacks here. And then at this point, he teleports to the middle, spawns a bunch of dragons, and you basically have to kill all the little dragon whelps. Obviously, this is meant for like a 20 to 40 person, fight type thing. So, a couple of melee attacks. Does another big fireball. There's this big flame breath. He's got one more big fire rain. Here he goes. That's what we got so far, So I'm trying to polish them up. Overall, it's functioning properly now. I had like whelps I had some whelps spawn as pets to obviously the dragon, and I had some prior pet code for players that was kind of getting in the way of that. So the pets would just kind of walk around, they wouldn't attack back, and then yeah, I have this one bug where sometimes he'll do the flame breath and start doing that. He twists to me. And so like, why is he doing that? Because it's a channeled attack, and I have typically so it's not coming from the combat. So something that is the blueprint errors are just because I work in like a lot of things are basically pulling things down from the cloud, and I'm interrupting a lot of those things, and so I'm getting, this is just a bunch of I haven't looked into this yet, but I think this is just a bunch of yeah, this is just some random errors I'm getting right now, but it's nothing to really care about. Like basically, even my character right now, all my data that loads in is from the cloud, right? And so I'm interrupting a lot of those processes sometimes by starting and stopping. But yeah, yeah. So now I'm just trying to let me clear all this. And for offense, I want to add the flame breath attack. And for some reason, so this is rotate to target. And this is on the logic component. I have some sort of rotate to target request. See, it's not this one. That's the weird part. That's normal because he's following me. He's trying to rotate to me now, but he's not. Is it an issue? Yeah, so this is basically our first dungeon area, and so I'm not sure if you saw my Indie MMO tech stack video, but this is kind of where I copied the wrong one around. That's a lot of dragons. I guess. Yeah, that fight would not go very well for players. Only a couple hundred whelps spawning every like, why is this happening? Oh, maybe it's I think it's something to do with the threat meter. The threat meter. That is so weird. Okay, so I know it's not logic. And this is the combat one. Combat. Logic. Oh yeah. How did you like it? Yeah, it's been by far one of my better videos, at least from a viewership standpoint. It's like, it's one of those things that vertical third is so powerful, but at the same time it's like, oh, is it because it's killing something? It's something to do with threat, I feel like. Yeah, so, you know, like, trying to describe in a quick way, like, what vertical third is and how it's going to help you has been a very challenging thing, right? Just because there's so much in it. And it's not a simple, you know, elevator pitch answer. And so we wanted to make a video like that where we really talk about, you know, in detail what is it, what is vertical third, and what is its goals, what's its you trying to accomplish, right? And so we did get it featured on the Unreal Engine live stream, right? With it, but you know, it's not, you know, maybe we could have presented a little bit better on everything that we could have done with it. And that was kind of like after some time to think on how we're going to do this and how we're going to try and really push the discussion of everything. So it took a while to like figure out the direction we wanted to kind of go with that video. AI rotate overlap thread. And like just to your point, like it's very information dense, and I could probably make that video 7 hours long, right? Like there's likely a just as long video I could do on just the action spawner, just a few of the actor components. I could also do, you know, pretty detailed deep dives on them all, because at that point I can break down what is each, basically like in an inventory system, right? I could break down each function you need for an inventory, right? And so, oh, you need a move. You need like a move from inventory to inventory. You need a swap from inventory to inventory. you need to move from inventory to equipment and then equipment to inventory. Like, and one of the changes I made to like basically remove a ring from vertical third in the last update was you can just reduce a lot of potential headaches by not being able to swap anything from equipment to equipment. Like in Diablo 1 and stuff, and you know, plenty of MMOs, you can have like maybe multiple ring slots, and you can swap your wings around from like left ring to right ring, and you can just say, hey, you know what? I'm not even going to have the same, you know, slot things, and I'm going to just reduce my code and my potential edge cases of shit happening. Because that basically happened to me in Ruins and Tearyn in our cloud update, where it saves everything to the cloud. I was getting errors and glitches basically from swapping. If I swap my ring from left ring to right ring, it was causing issues for me. And I'm like, you know what? Instead of trying to debug and solve that, I'm just going to not make a second ring slot, you know? And I'm going to make it like a charm slot or something. I forget what I did. I think it's charm. And so yeah, I know I need to get on that. You know, it's one of those things that we built Vertical Third from like 2019 to 2022, and it's like a huge passion for us. I think it's very needed in the industry, but right now it's just not paying the bills, and so we can only do so much when it comes to how much time we put into it at this stage. And if you look at like the updates we've done, I'm trying to get them in, you know, and like I'm trying to do more content around game architecture and stuff, and like hopefully this video is the start of a lot of that. But it's just like, it's just not paying the bills right now, and so I have to limit my time on how much I can add to it right now. I have a million plans for it in the future, right? That's not an issue. And I have like reworks I want to do. I have more features I want to implement. I've been getting into doing, I've been learning a little bit of low poly art, and it'd be cool to have a whole sort of vertical third stylized low poly, you know, 3D models or something. And be able to, like, because one of the things that vertical third suffers from a sales perspective is it is such a coding tech product. It's hard to be attractive from the outside view because it doesn't have like those nice animations and 3D models, and so it doesn't have that pretty factor. And so if I could make it more stylized, and you come to the vertical third website and you see like this cool stylized world that like kind of brings you in, you know, that would be very helpful. And then I could like, you know, put in a bunch of 3D modeled weapons, and potentially, you know, I've thought about different, like doing like a stop animation art style just to lower the workload, but still portray how to use vertical third and how you're supposed to implement different animations to it, and these things. So yeah, there's a lot of things, and again, it's like, you know, if we were venture backed or something like that, that'd be wonderful. You know, having a being able to raise money for it type thing would be wonderful, but just hasn't been in the cards yet. I think I've heard, I've seen people talk about it, but I haven't looked into it myself yet. Yeah, the AI animated stuff. It's like a bit of an advanced MMO, sort of. I'll definitely keep it in mind. When we get into it. Because, like, I think we're going to do a playtest this month. It's going to be pretty small. It's not going to be anything, you know, over the top. Because it's going to be probably short notice. It might be this weekend. Because it kind of has to avoid Christmas, so to speak. I suppose I could do it in the middle of the week. In December. I could do anywhere from, I think, like the 12th, which is Friday, through the 20th is probably fine. But after that, I feel like I want to, even if it's like super basic, like I did, I'll show you. This is the stylized elf I've been working on. And so by all means, this is not any type of final art, right? But it's just something I've been playing with. It's a low poly look. And then we'd have sort of like Cinti Studios stuff. We'd probably have like actual like sphere eyes, like a little dot for sphere eye type thing. And because I've gotten a lot of feedback on Cinti characters, where that's actually pushing people away from actually trying and playtesting. And so it's something, it's just one of those things that, okay, maybe I'll just do something stylized for now. And I'm treating each poly as a bit of a pixel, basically. And so I'm trying to play with, like I've got some like highlights on the ear itself. And so trying to do some sort of shading, having a little bit of anatomy look. And obviously clothing and armor is going to be going on. And that's like the next thing, right, is I want to have actual progression, visual progression. And so not only would you have your kind of character you pick, but as you get loot in the world and equip it, you're going to be seeing that loot progression on your character. And so I feel like that's a really good feedback for players, and to have them come in and really gives you that feel of an MMO. And then mutable? What do you mean by mutable? Is that like a software, or is that oh, I pretty much already have character customizations set up. In Vertical Third itself, I have a Cosmetic system, and so it's pretty easy for me to set up. The thing that I'm planning for is obviously morph targets, and so if I have one piece of so-called plate armor, I can basically mold it to each race that we'll have. And so we're probably going to start with just elves and dark elves type thing. But from there, if you equip a piece of gear, if you're like an elf or an ogre or a gnome, we can mold that to fit you type thing. That piece of loot. But yeah, so again, I'm trying to stay pretty simple with everything, and I already have a lot of, excuse me. I basically have a cosmetic system already integrated to Vertical Third where I can just use that, you know. I might have to modify it a little bit, but overall, this is wild. Almost every thing that I can think of that could potentially rotate a target is not triggering. It must be the combat system, because it's doing it. Every time I do a cone, it feels like. Targeting direction. Wonder if is it that easy? Oh. I have to change all of them. start with rotation. Interesting. But yeah, one thing I probably will. I'm not sure. I know I need to like to do a get started guide. Um, is definitely something that'd be interesting to do. I like how people wanted to do have an example game kind of tutorial on how what you can make with Virgo Third. So I'm just getting ideas on potentially what to do that with, and what's kind of game idea for that. So that would be interesting to do. You know, how do you make a quick shooter with the game? How do you make a quick this with the game? I think it'd be good to keep them pretty short too. And so, could it be a movement thing? Is trying to move, and so it's setting the. It's gotta be a move to thing, I bet you. There it is. Holy smokes. What is causing this to rotate? Suppose temporarily, if I do this unchanneled, oh, I wonder if it's that. If I take input lock off. Could input lock be affecting it? Nope. So this is another one of those architectural things where I've made it so you're supposed to only have one function that can rotate something to the target. And I have that function on the logic component. And for some reason, like even though I have this rotate to target thing in the combat controller or component, it's calling the rotate to target from the logic component. And the weird thing is, it's like half working and half not working. So for one, it's like a threat thing. So everyone got aggroed at the same time. Maybe it is when something dies. No. not the threat meter here. It's none of these, which is the threat meter. That back to default. Like it weirdly worked that time. What is it? If it is just an issue of not many people being on the threat meter somehow. And now that I have the highest threat, it's not goofing around. See if I can reproduce this. So as long as I hit it, it's not turning randomly. Then if I don't hit it, it starts to screw up. Continue to hit. Does that fix it? No. So when it breaks, it fully breaks, which is really annoying. So if I take away all the target dummies, It's almost like it's just an issue with initial. If I park myself out here, log back in. Just wait a second for the spawn code to finish. I walk in. Oh, it still does it. Okay, I did it for the first one, but nothing else. So maybe it's not something I have to worry about right now. Might be goofy and make some sounds for this, my own voice. Alright, with that intact, maybe I'll just put a pin in that. Hopefully it doesn't wipe raids. I'll just put a note. Dragon fight. Flame breath is rotating weird when multiple things aggro at the start, but it seems fix itself after. Okay, let me think. Let's get Audacity up. And do some weird breath sounds. Okay, export as wave. Dragon. Breath in. I forgot to cut the last one. Delete that. Delete that. Open. Export. Right back. Right. Oh, stupid. I hate my microphone sometimes. How do I make this mono? Okay. Audacity, set audio file to mono. Export. Why is that quiet as anything? Is my Unreal sound super low? Let's do developer. And I only need 2.5 seconds. And the sound effect file is a second and a half. What? Why is this not? Why is it not playing? What the hell? Did I mess up the volume? What did I do? Okay. Maybe I was exporting a selection or some crap. What is going on? So restart the editor thing or what? Well, good news for me, Unreal crashed. So let's restart it anyways. Is in use. Weird. to, let's see if the dragon, is that thing working now? There we go. So weird. Okay, Kit, where's the flame breath? Alright, now let's get fire, audio sound. Create a sound cue, or let's export this because I just want a very small version of it. I'm just gonna chop it a little. I put it here. Alright, how long did I say my breath was? 6.4 seconds, so we'll do a 7-second. Oh, it's only, okay, well that works. Oh, is it a looping sound? Alright, let's make a new one. Fire. Dragon. And it should not be looping. And then we'll just fade it out near the end. Value 1 time, value 0, time like .8. And we'll start it at 0 and 1. And this, oh, this is supposed to be 1. And this one's supposed to be .8 and 1. Mute my music. Okay, clearly it's doing something wrong. Is it treating? This is seconds? I thought this was percent based, but okay. So 4. Closer. 3 and 4. Okay, now this Dragon Breath one, we can kind of fade that one out earlier. Time 2, 0. And I'll try and make this a little more deep oriented. And then we can maybe make the volume on the fire up a little bit. And then can I add reverb or echo in Unreal? Unreal Engine, add reverb. We'll just add it to the Audacity file. Effect. Yeah, whatever. Let's see what happens. a little loud. Might be able to speed up the fire sound a little too. Fire. Maybe deeper. Okay, that's something. And let's get the feel for, let's try,
Unreal Engine 5 tutorial. Today I am going to show you how to add echo and reverb into your sounds. It's going to be a very easy video to follow, so let's get started. But first, if you hire private, the link is, and I'm gonna do that when I jump in 3 drop down. Let's put it as natural sound. And now if I go ahead and apply this on the settings, when I jump, I play a sound in 3D with the properties of this over here. But by default, everything will work just fine. I play a animation, sound, for example, this one. Duckable window up. It's just an example, okay? For the location, it's gonna be get actor. To make it, go to audio, create a sound attenuation. And now, if I go ahead and apply this on the settings, when I jump, the properties of this over here. But by default, everything will work just fine. But now, how do we actually add the reverb, the echo, and all this stuff? Well, Unreal Engine makes it very easy. The only thing we need to do is go up into the quickly add to the preset section, go to all classes, and search for an audio volume. Let's go ahead and resize this box so it's 20. And then if you scroll down, you can see the reverb settings, where we have a reverb effect. With a bunch of presets created by
let's see what some reverb looks like here. seem like it did anything.
And re-engine themselves. Now we can also go ahead and create our own and customize it, but usually this one will work pretty fine. The one that I like is usually large hall or large room. So let's just go ahead and select this one, for example. Press play and jump. And now the audio will be playing in 3D. Now if you don't spot a big difference, make sure that you put headphones on. That happened at the beginning for me too. Or increase the volume over here. And it will be better. Also maybe increase the volume here. And so on. Okay, but this...
Alright, let's put the dragon's other attack on. Okay. Let's get, that's pretty good so far. I think this one's fine. And then fire, rain. Can I add any, do we have any sound effects that are like flying or wing? Flap. Flap. Wind. That would be a cool sound to play. Roars, monster. Whooshes. We might be able to work with that. To duplicate this, take a dragon. And then apply my things. Yeah, well, that works. Okay. Let's maybe add a little bit of variation. So the first one is going to be like very deep. Kind of go up. So .25. Do like the first one's like a little bit louder. This one's gonna be earlier. This one's a little slower. And I can maybe repurpose the breathe out. I know it doesn't seem like it's increasing the sound there, but is it really that kind of low? Okay, we can put that back to 10. Let's see what we got here. Alright, I think those two are good. At least for now. It is a little weird. This doesn't want to increase in volume, but okay. So maybe it's because of the pitch multiplier I'm doing, I guess. And then let's go to his melee attacks. We can just throw on the breath animation for most of those. Um, out. Let's do in, I guess. Breathe. Breath in. If we do like a 3. Oh, it's not gonna work. Dot 3. Let's see if we have anything else. Monster. What was that? I don't know how that is a boss dying sound, but okay. I think I have a few sounds from a different project I randomly put in. Let's go to my folder here. Desktop, dolls. Is it that one? That's not it. Oh, maybe it was Tearyn, the old one. Or sure. Creates multiple cues. Okay, that one's done. Make sure all these have the proper classes set. I really need to just go delete go here. I'm gonna delete this. Replace it with that. Dragon. Same over here. Going to delete you. And then melee attack. We're just gonna stick a basic one in. I don't think I'm gonna go too crazy here. Ah, why is it doing this? I don't know why it does this. Oh, I got a follower. Thank you. Whoever that was. I missed who it was. Why do I not have all my stuff out? Apparently I don't have my stream elements set up for some reason. Is that Urbo Gerbo? Thank you. I just realized I didn't have a few of my typical things on this kind of thing for my stream setup. Sorry if I was going in and out of that. I didn't realize I missed. I didn't have my proper my labels up. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm really. Oh, hello, Johnny, as well in YouTube. I'm just working on a raid boss for Ruins of Tearyn at the moment. But yeah, I would love to obviously get feedback from you on how everything works for you, what seems confusing. So I'm working on this giant raid boss. He's like a level 20 raid boss. It's our first little dungeon area. I'm just trying to add a little bit of sound effects and stuff. kind of add a little bit of theatrics to it all. Okay, and now I'm just doing a few on the, trying to mess with a few of these. So for some reason, Unreal Audio bugs out a lot, among apparently other things. But let's make a chomping noise. How about that? Open up trusty. So we're gonna do. And then we'll just, oh, I do need to make this, because my mix, stereo, export. Dragon chomp. I'm gonna mess with this audio with that. Import. Dragon chomp. And then we just drop the pitch. Make it more dragon-like. But of course my replay is not working for whatever God knows reasons. So I need to close out Unreal. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not reading. It's impressive the amount of work you've done with it. Saw your architecture video, enjoy the direction you see things going. I totally agree. It says you're playing League of Legends on Twitch. Oh, I don't know why I didn't update. I typed it, maybe I just forgot to hit, yeah, so I played League a little bit earlier, but I forgot to change the category. Game and software. The Coursera, I was told at some point the Coursera thing is like sort of free. I don't know. I can't remember what it is now. I think you can start a little bit free or something like that. But I think you just pay like it's one of those things that you just pay for Coursera monthly, I think. And so I can't remember exactly how it works. It's been a bit. And so I think you can just go into some of the courses and just start watching them. I can't remember the clicks you have to do it, but I think I remember doing that at some point. And then we did courses 5 through 8. And so I'm not sure if there's any like weird cutoff on which courses are free and what are not, but yeah, I'm in League. I have a Shaco channel as well that I've basically been trying to rank up with Shaco and have a whole educational theme with Shaco on there. And so it's the end of this so-called rank season, so I have 3 accounts. One account's already Emerald, and I have 2 accounts in Plat 4 right now. And so I was trying to get the other 2, chip away at getting the other 2 Emerald before the end of the season. And then I have 3 accounts, basically Emerald, and like that kind of contributes to how fast and stuff you rank up in the next season, or takes into factor. So I'm chipping away at that. But that's kind of like this side thing I work on. Boss test. No, that's not what I want. I want this one. It's not that bad. I've seen a lot of people that so my third account, it's already almost is plat 4 in like 50 games or something. You know, so I've taken the time to learn. I'm a jungler, obviously, with Shaco. So I every the second and third account have climbed much faster. Um, but it's definitely been a journey for sure. And like I was previously Emerald on Ivern, but I wanted something that was like better, more fun to watch type thing. Saw a bunch of Shaco streamers like getting a lot of attention, and a lot of like top jungler streams. Everyone's suggesting they play Shaco and they never want to. And it's a lot of the time it's because Shaco is like such a different champion to everything else. But he is a really fun to watch champion. So it's kind of like maybe that's a hook. And again, it's like if I get some sort of traction with that, then it's a hook to bring people back into my indie game type thing. So yeah, what am I doing? I'm going back to database, enemies, dragon, and then I just need the melee thing. Yeah, even though it's like there's obviously a little bit of work to do with that stuff, but why is this not playing? Right, I wanted the chomp. Someone explain that to me. Why is that not playing? Oh, play sound. Okay. And then put this down to doc 6. Yeah, it's part of the thing, right? I've been playing since 2011, so um, I kind of just I know everything about it, you know. I had like a breaks here and there, obviously. Like 2015, I didn't do much between 2015 and like 2020. Um, and then from 2020 onwards, I played like a little bit here and there. Still was taking breaks. Okay, maybe a little louder. Why does this keep stop playing? Do I need to like stop those ones? And then this one plays? But yeah, so it's, League is any type of long-term complicated game. The more you stick around with it, the easier it gets. And the cool thing about it is like esports has kind of evolved to this point where if you are, at least in League of Legends or the MOBA scene, there's so much coaching content now that if you want to get good at a specific role, there's like a path to become good, and it's much more narrow and focused. And so the first one's like, first play a lot of different champions, get to know them a little bit, and then find one that you really connect with. And from there, it's called obviously one tricking, and so you basically master that champion, and that's all you kind of play, and then you learn the role you want to play that with. And so it's learning a champion, but also learning a role. And then from there, once you master that, you can kind of like, it's much easier. And there's just so much coaching content out there on how to get better that you could learn way faster than I did. Because I was not watching coaching content for a long time. Okay, let's do. Maybe we can do a swipe. Is there a swipe? Or a swing? Probably should just do a whoosh. Or the boss sound. Boss. Audio. Which audio clips seem to be I don't know why they're so broken, but did that fix it? Okay. Okay, like 7. No. And then let's also add a whoosh of some sort. Whoosh. I don't know if that boss audio works. Okay, I mean, sure. I'm just gonna kind of copy both of those. Okay, let's go different audio. 5. change this like .6. Okay, you can't do that one. Not that one either. I love when games have heroes that have kits, and love that you basically made a pretty great starter for making kits. Is there a way to have custom kits in Vertical Third? I'm still learning on a lot on my end. I'm mostly a game designer and pretty mid with art and crap with coding. Yeah, so my whole, system's built around kits, right? And so, like, if you look at this Dragon Boss here, his kit is here. It's literally kit dragon, right? And so, and now obviously the AI kit's different from the player kit, but this is like how all my AI works here. And then the player stuff, database, the classes, yeah. So I have classes, and then I have like archer, enchanter, healer, mage, whatever, right? So go to mage, MMO kit class, and then these are your standard abilities, right? And so, and then down here you would add like a bunch of passives, like on crit, on block, on hit stuff here. And so, but this goes from, Z is auto attack, then left click, right click, shift Q, E, R, T, I think. And then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then XC or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, it's all customizable, and then obviously loading and stuff when you get into the game. I don't know if I've broken this in Tearyn yet, because I've done some custom code and stuff, but you can basically have more abilities learned. Go to your action list, all these come here, and I'm pretty sure, did I add this? Yeah, so, yeah, it's a little broken because I've done stuff in, but I could change the position on the bar just to maybe 4 type thing, and so, and now it's bound over there, and I should be able to use it. Yeah. And so, yeah, so it's all there, and then, yeah, everything, like just even with all of my stuff for Ruins of Tearyn. Again, we're going to do, yeah, that's awesome. I will be doing a playtest soon. If you join we'll probably announce it in Vertical Third, but we'll also announce it in Ruins of Tearyn Discord. If you want to stop by, and everything in Ruins of Tearyn is using Vertical Third itself. So we have kits for different classes and different monsters and stuff. So. Of course, you don't want to work again. Oh, come on. For some reason, my audio doesn't want to play on this occasionally. I don't know what is glitching it out. But I've definitely really I've thought about it in my mind when I designed everything of like, that's how you should be designing things, right? You design things with a whole like kit collection kind of in mind, especially when it comes to enemies and player characters and champions and stuff, right? So it's very much in that mindset of, hey, this is your kit, like I even call them kits in the database themselves and stuff. And so um, I know we're trying to do that kind of aspect of, our classes in Runes of Tearyn is very um, what do more with less, type mentality. And so we probably will try and limit to around kind of the buttons we have in vertical third, but have more variations of, like I really enjoy that New World and League of Legends. Like they're very like 4-button champions and stuff, but they work in different ways and react in different ways and stuff. And so New World especially would think it was what, 6 buttons or something like that. Every weapon had 3 abilities, I think, or yeah. And so it was like 6 buttons for a class basically. But it still felt really interesting. So we'll be taking some inspiration from that and seeing. I have a system that I want that I'll be doing. It's going to be like a kind of like a combo rotation in a way, or like we already have your auto attack, and your auto attack basically grants you a crit on your next ability every like 5 auto attacks. So we're trying to like combine the auto attacks with your core abilities. But then your abilities will also have a combo, and then the combo you'll be able to mix and match. And so your first cast will be like a weak version of that spell, but then your second cast will be a strong version of whatever you choose, whichever button you press. And then your third cast will be the strongest version of your next ability. And so it's like basically a sleep or a mez could be like a single target mez in the first version. Then you use like a fireball or something that's kind of strong. Go back to your mez spell, and now it's an area effect, mez spell or something like that. And so like so it keeps the buttons low, but then it gives a lot about decision making of what you want to use at the right moment in time. And because we're trying to build a game that's not about hardcore mechanics and mashing button rotations, and more about decision making. It's like macro decisions or over micro gameplay type things. Yeah, that's exactly why we're building Tearyn, right? We got kind of so fed up with the current slate of games, and they just don't do it for us, right? Even New World had so many problems with it. Yeah, it definitely will. We're not like industry is what it is right now, and funding's really scarce. So, we're not funded, so we're not even part-time on it right now, but we know it's like a long-term project, right? So, um, it's a couple things, right? Like because so many MMOs have been canceled right now, it's like guarantees some sort of marketing aspects of it. Like once we get it to a certain stage, will be a talked about MMO. All the top MMO creators are like, what the heck do we do play? There's nothing else to play. all the New World players are like, there's no home for us, you know. They have some hopes for like Chrono Odyssey and stuff. But there's going to be this massive drought of MMO content that's going to basically shift it all towards indie MMOs. And so we're basically like, you know what? This is the project to focus on, because if we just get any progress at all, we'll be, you know, YouTubers will pick up on us, and like we'll have a marketing aspect there. And so that's why I think for the first playtest in 2026, which is probably going to be like March or April, is probably going to be, my focus is going to have a different visual aspect to it. I showed this earlier. I'm like experimenting with some low poly art stuff. Again, nothing's final, blah, blah, blah. But something that is not Cinti. I've been told Cinti, people won't try it because of Cinti characters. So I'm going to focus. But it's also like, it is like a good stage to have. Like, okay, we have a bunch of characters, that custom art and stuff. And then I'd be able to 3D model armor and helmet and stuff, and then have an amazing visual progression that's missing in so many MMOs. And when you pick up like a rusty pickaxe, you see it on your character. When you wear a stupid tapered cloth helmet, you see it on your character. And so that's a big missing element to a lot of MMOs right now, and that's something I want to probably have a focus on. And so like we have so much of the tech done already. It wouldn't hurt to focus on some of the visual aspects of it. And so I've been fiddling with that. And like I have trying to play with like each poly, so to speak, is almost like a pixel art aspect. So trying to play with the so-called texturing and coloring of it in a pixelized manner, so to speak. And so right now I'm still learning 3D modeling stuff. I'm still trying to get the rig to I'm still trying to get the skeleton and the rig to basically retarget properly in Unreal. Yes, honestly, I feel yes, honestly, I like sort of role playing in those type of games, and the abilities reflecting that role play too. Yeah. Oh yeah, class fantasy is like huge for us. Like we hate that so many games these days, like your class just gets everything. And we want to go back to having much more class identity and class thematics. I actually highly recommend you try a Roblox game called Shindo Life 2 or Shinobi Life 2, which is a new Naruto fan game. For real though, it has been one of the best kit systems I've ever played. Lets me role play amazingly well as any character and totally new character. I'm going to aim for something like that ability wise, plus world destruction with chaos physics and real. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'll have to ask my kid. I have kids that play Roblox. So I'll have to see how they think of it too. I played one MMO thing with them a while back. It was like a couple years ago. I can't remember what it was called though. It was definitely trying to be some sort of MMO in Roblox. Yeah, I've been impressed with some of the stuff some Roblox games have been making. Especially the ones that really make it stand out as make it feel like it's not Roblox. Those ones have really impressed me when they really do a lot of custom art and stuff. impact here, maybe. Okay. It might be too cheesy. We'll see. Okay. All right. So what do I have left? We did the whelp spawns. I don't think I really need one for that. Firing, flame breath. Let's test out everything here. Something for the fireball, I guess. I could have some sort of low level rope, a hum or something here. Oh, that's one thing I just realized. The dragon whelps are set to give experience. Let's turn grant experience off and loot. Perforce is acting weird. Checks the thing out but doesn't set it to writable, which is very odd. Alright. So I need one, I gotta set these to 45 and 45. The cooldown's higher. And then Fireball. Let's find out what we can do with this animation. Play sound. Yeah, I'll do that. And then volume multiplier. No. Okay. And then let's put the flame breath, fire rain. I wonder if I have a decent hopefully I'm not killing your eardrums. Let's make a new queue. Dragon. Fireball. Close that. Make sure it's not looping. Okay. Now this one is 8 seconds. Throw in the enveloper. Zero, one. And how long is this fireball set to be alive? Probably 5 seconds. So we'll put this value at 5. No. 0 times 5. Time 4, value 1. What? What the? And we'll go to the fireball again. And on the projectile, the ambient there. Maybe drop that a little, and we don't need to be too loud. Let's just test the fireball a bunch. Probably still has a cooldown on it. Oh, I do want an input lock on this. Okay, I need it to rotate though. Okay. I want this there. Cast time. Do I have it set to, no? Channeling is unable. Interesting. Maybe I'm supposed to not have that. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to do, I don't want toggle lock. I just want direction. Rotation's fine, location. There we go. And then let's put the fireball, make sure the hitbox is kind of bigger. Hopefully that's not going to hit the ground. Okay, I can lower the follow-up. projectile. Let's do enhanced hit detection. And then let's add some. Oh, I think we have. Let's say 2. I guess 1. This one can be 0. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. So I'm saying the statistic changes for the fireball. So the fireball itself is going to do one thing. The explosion is going to do another thing. And then the damage on the floor is going to do another thing. So I'll need damage on the floor is going to do index 2. The damage explosion will be index 1. I'll just copy these. And so the value of 2 is going to be pretty low. We'll just say 5 to like 10. And it's fire. The explosion damage, we'll say 15 to 25. No, 15 plus 10 is 25. And also fire. And then the initial hit will be a bit harder at 25 to 25, sure. And that has to be fire. Okay, and then I think that's all set. What was the other thing I was doing? Yeah, I feel like that's everything for that fireball attack. Is there a lock-on feature in Vertical Third, like Dark Souls style? Not one that like changes your like a Zelda style, no. But I did teach someone how to do that, I think, and I'd have to double check. I think I did a tutorial on how to might be able to do that already in my past for Vertical Third. It's pretty simple overall. Let me think. Vertical Third, I think it was a Zelda thing. Yeah, if you search, all right, if you're in the Discord channel, and you search Zelda, and look for my response. I think it's I don't know. My brain's a little bit fuzzy right now, but I definitely pretty sure I talked someone through this. My favorite animes right now, I watched through Delicious in Dungeons was amazing. Even like to the point where there's probably some that gonna come into our games with the words Tearyn. There's also a huge fan of Dragon Prince. Love that. Right now I'm going through Dragon Ball Super. Watched a ton of the Dragon Ball stuff when I was a kid. Got up to went through everything to GT in my teens. Then I haven't basically watched anything Dragon Ball related since I was like 19. And so now I'm going through Super. Rania, Robber's Daughter, was a fantastic. I think that's on Amazon. And those are the ones I remember right now. Okay, what am I doing? Let me check everything out. Alright, I didn't set the cooldown down again. Put this to like, I guess 45 again. Let's find out. Oh, camera shake. That's what I wanted to add. And I need to think about something for that. Really, these things aren't even attacking me. What's up with that? Okay. On the fireball, on the first hit, we're going to add camera shake. Let's try high. And then let's also make sure the dragon whelps, their range is sufficient. Do like 250 maybe. What animes are you watching? My kids watch a lot of stuff too. Okay, they're attacking again at least. Fireball? Why didn't you do... Oh, because I'm resisting it. Okay, I'm not going to put the camera shake there. I'm going to put it on here. Camera shake. It's so funny how many different spots you kind of end up needing camera shake. You need camera shake on the start of an animation cast, on the end of an animation cast. When it hits the target, you want to have a spot for camera shake. And then when something potentially explodes, you want camera shake as well. Or when an ability is spawning, basically. And then in my stat system, you can have camera shake. Basically, it really helps. If something gets resisted, it doesn't cause the camera shake. And that way, you have the big difference in kind of emphasis of your attacks. And like, it's a good player feedback of, oh, I just hit this thing, got the camera shake, or I resisted it and it didn't do it, the camera shake. So it's like, helps with that feeling of hitting and not hitting. It's bugged out again. What's up with that? Oh, 5-second cooldown on their attack with the... To be more like... Wait, 2 seconds. Where's the input lock? Like .5. I just allowed it. I love Naruto dearly overall. Attack on Titan is just a beast of action story narrative. I'm actually hooked on that time I was reincarnated as a slime. So much of that I'm basing my next game idea around a lot of mechanics from it. That's cool. There's one Epic employee making like this really cool slime game. I don't know if it's related to that, but it's like the epitome of potential slime physics. think I've polished this enough, to be honest. Let me take off a bunch of these. Okay, melee attack is whatever. Fireball, this makes the cooldowns are 45. Fire rain, 45 cooldown. Cooldown. Close, close, close. The only thing I need to do is on the whelp spawn. I might be able to do like some sort of hum. Let me check my. So maybe magic. What can I do here? That's loud. Might be a debuff thing. God no. Rip ears. Cast. Okay. I'm going to say it's good enough for now, but I will do add a music volume. So that changes your audio. So I need another audio. Let's duplicate that. Audio B. Rename to audio A. Okay, close our tabs. And I guess I have not set anything here yet, so I'm going to, I think I've only done this in other projects. Music. Okay. Add a function. Have RT music change. And we'll do an audio cue. Or sound cue. Oh, come on. Alrighty. Change music. Okay. Let's promote this. We're going to do music. Playing. Start with audio A. So if A is playing, I get the new music and see if it's the same thing. If it is, we just do nothing. Same music, do nothing. If it's not, we're going to take audio A. I guess we're going to take audio B. Set sound to new music. What do you do as a day job while working on this, or whatever income source out of curiosity? Right now, I'm between jobs. Job market has been god awful. So that's why I've been doing some content and stuff like that, applying to a lot of things. But I've worked for some small stealth startups. I've done, I've basically been in interviews for the last 2 months, getting like, right to the end of them. And unfortunately, some of them have just not been coming through. Basically applying for funding through publishers for different projects, working on pitch decks, like I said, working on some content for channels. That's why I've done like these kind of bigger scope videos for game architecture and how to build an MMO on Ruins of Tearyn's channel. Yeah, it's been pretty rough. And so it's just kind of is what it is. Fade in. Two seconds. You have no idea how frustrating it is, like to be at this stage. Both like just it can be very frustrating that like I've had tremendous amount of career success. I started out in 2015, just trying to jumped in cold turkey as an indie dev. Had a lot of success since then. Just some of it hasn't really been financial success. That's the kicker. And so I've done so many things. I've proven myself from and like as a blueprint programmer too. Like there's a little bit of snobbery, with that. At times you'd think I'd be able to easily get a programming job somewhere, but I think it's just one of those things. Sometimes people don't respect blueprint programmers, or companies aren't fully adopted to blueprint programming, and the ones that are, they're kind of hard to find those jobs. But yeah, so I've had like all this career success. It just hasn't entirely come through financially. And so, and our mega grants like were great. We got 100K for our mega grants, but we've lived in California, very expensive to live. Most of it went to just paying bills, keeping the lights on type thing. So it's not like it's, just sitting in the bank somewhere. But if I'm lucky this week, I'll have a job. I went through a bunch of Microsoft interviews. So that would be very nice. There would be my Christmas present right there. Okay, so a new music comes in. We check if A is playing. If A is playing, we'll make sure to not do anything if it's the same song. And then, oh, this is one thing I need to, yeah, that's the audio cue. Yep, okay. So now, and at the end of this, music new is now going to be set to music playing. Yeah, I mean, we were in Southern California for a while there, because the schools were, at the time, we thought were really good for our children. It was in Irvine, California. That's like kind of there's a little bit of mirage there. They say they're really good and all this stuff, but they weren't they weren't as good as they say they were. A lot of just kind of overhyped talk. And in 2 years ago, I guess like the start of 2024, we moved Northern California, and we're in the like a farm area. It's between Sacramento and San Francisco, so it's a little bit better on price, but still California. And we still do have services and stuff for. We have a special needs kid that's 15, like still needs diapers, nonverbal, all those things. So there's certain things we get from the states that aren't worth leaving yet. But I'm from Canada. Like we've thought about moving back to Canada, and like I have relatives in Nova Scotia, and the cost of living there is like 20% of what it is in California. Like it's absurd how much cheaper it is there, because it's just like a super low populated town. But um, a few of my jobs could have had opportunities to move different, around the world. They just haven't come, just haven't come through type thing. So yeah, we've looked at pretty much everything in that regard. All right, so I'm gonna keep this, but this is gonna become audio A. And we flip these. And I think that's good. Now I make a quick blueprint for music change. Blueprint, music change. Just throw in a collision volume. And then on overlap, get the character type. On player, and then get controller. Cast to player character. Character. Controller, or is controlled. Get the controller. And music change, which will be to this music, and it's settable. Yeah, we try. I appreciate that. Yeah, no one knows how hard it is to have a special needs kid. We part of the reasons why we kind of jumped into game dev was because we saw the signs of her having a lot of those like really severe features. And so she's been diagnosed with obviously severe autism, but we think there's other things she might have. And um, it's just no one knows how hard that can be. What the? And so, like the lack of sleep, they have really irregular sleep schedules, and so um, that obviously, like when you can barely stay awake at work and stuff, and like it's not that as easy as just someone stay home, right? Like it's much more complicated than that. And even for one person, stay at home, if you were a stay at home parent, it's like, um, yeah, it's very tough. Um, it's not easy. Um, she can like she's a danger to herself. She is. She like if she gets mad, she starts beating herself. So there's a lot of things that parents go through that no one like. It feels horrible saying things like that, right? Like that's just what they do. But um, it's like you have to change your whole life around it because it's like it's too much for one parent to deal with the stress of it, and then the lack of sleep because they sleep irregularly, so you kind of have to constantly change sleep patterns and stuff. Like it's wild. Um, let's see if this works. But yeah, we chose to kind of like we know we're gonna have to take care of her for the rest of our life, right? So we've chosen to um, do the grind as entrepreneurs to hopefully one day be able to have a whole team for her, basically. And so um, we started our company, I think, late 20s, early 30s, that type of thing. And it's been a grind, to say the least. Ignore overlap pawn. Oh, hello, Craig. I'm sorry. I don't know how long that message has been there, but I bought VT about 3 months ago, and I am with Mr. Scarpeg. It's been overwhelming. Looks like it would be great to use, but just starting out and only vids to watch makes it a little difficult. Yep, that's been a huge point of conversation, Halleck Craig. And so it's definitely one of the things I want to focus on for vertical third is a potential like getting started video. So I'll probably be doing some sort of course content, like a small course with vertical third. And I'm thinking about right now, like what is a potential game idea for starting out with it that covers a lot of things. And they're probably going to be a series of small games to make type thing. And so obviously I want them to be kind of like very small in many aspects because it's like it's a any perspective type product, right? I want to have like a tiny first person shooter thing you can make, then a tiny, RPG thing, maybe a farming sim, maybe this, maybe that. On the Coursera project we did at the prototyping stage, we have this like massive game mechanics section that runs you through how to create all the different game mechanics for like 6 different game modes, and so or game prototypes. So something similar to that, but using vertical third is definitely something we want to do. Okay, music change. Let's put the volume down on the music for one. I was an old EQ player and wanted to make a game along those lines and thought very would be good for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much you've heard about vertical Ruins of Tearyn, but Ruins of Tearyn is our indie MMO we're making, and it's exactly what we're trying to do with Ruins of Tearyn, right? It's both EverQuest and vanilla WoW inspired, and so again, we're also doing a playtest soon. I'll announce it in the Runes of Terran Discord. So make sure you're around for that. It's probably going to be anywhere between this coming up weekend to next weekend, probably. I'm waiting for a little bit of potential feedback from one streamer to see if he'd like to get his community involved, but I'm waiting on feedback on that. And because we're really at the point where we just one of the big things we want to do with Terran is just stress test. I want to see 100+ people running around my server and just being able to take a step back and say, like, are there any massive performance problems right now, or are we good? Because if I can get to 200 people on a single server, I'm happy. If I get past that, I am exhilarated. But everyone says a single dedicated server on Unreal is probably going to crap out at around 100 people. But I'm hoping that with all my experience with Vertical Third, that's different, and that's I can push it farther. Why did that screw up? Oh. What class and stuff did you play in EverQuest? What server? Why is this triggering? That shit. Type. Music is still too loud. Balanzak finished on an early TMR, played Dragon Druid. PvPer. Oh, you've probably seen some stories, my friend. The rare breed of EverQuest PvPers. I tried that for a whole like yeah. I I was like, oh, I'll try this. I'll just go on the PvP server, you know, and went to I think I the first thing I always do is like level up a little bit and then go to Pluto Caverns to like really grind in there because it's good XP. And I experienced two horrible things that just made me quit. Number one, just trying to take some camp in Pluto Caverns, and level 60 walked up and just one-shot me. And then I was doing I think you only lose platinum, right, when you die through PvP. And so I was like walking through town, and I had like a full thing of stuff to sell. And here it is, I'm like level 15, and someone comes up and taps me because I think I have like a bank mule or something. And I was just like selling a bunch of bronze swords and stuff that I couldn't move on. Yeah. I worked at an internet cafe back in Canada, and I knew some like main tank warrior that played there on one of the PvP servers. I was like, I'm never touching that stuff. No, thank you. one different song I think I liked. Battle? Battle level. Oh, why aren't these guys attacking? There's like some weird input lock on them. This one's pretty small. This is our first like dungeon level. So this one's like really tiny. But then our other one's like slightly bigger, but again, our levels are pretty small because that's just the design of our game. And it still takes like, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes to cross from zone to zone or something like that, like zone line to zone line. So it's not like it's super tiny, especially when you're trying to like avoid monsters and stuff. So we're not doing instance dungeons right now. We're doing like EverQuest style. Everything's open, you know, and so we want to like the number one thing we want to do, make sure is this is a social MMO. We want to see people all around the world and like force communication a little bit, and so that's I think a big part of what is missing in MMOs. And so yeah, that's kind of our core philosophy is, and like the first, like I guess the first thing we want to say is like we're testing the game with no instance content. That's our first test with the game, and we're going to see how that works out. Maybe we are forced to do instance content later, but right now it's everything's kind of out in the open. You have to like talk to people to group up, and go dungeon dive down to get stuff. Maybe we make like fast travel points to certain parts of the dungeon or something. After you get a key or something like that, who knows? But I'm not digging that song. think I like had the other one. Well, where is the whelp? Let's take it off and put it lock. Make sure. What is it called? I can't think of this. What was it? Hitbox. That's what it is. Hitbox. Feels like for some reason my AI, when they're stacking up, something goes wrong. We can tell the Dragon Fight's very EverQuest inspired. A little bit of WoW magic. Alright, I think I'm done with the dragon fight for now. I think I've gotten most little glitches out. Let me turn off some of these print string things. Oh, I need to check some food thing. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Okay, I need to, oh yeah, so I'm getting this open. Making sure these print strings are gone. Okay, save all, whatever. So I think I'm going to do one more change. I need some sort of weird effect for when the boss teleports for whelps. Enemies. Alright, so let's just throw in one Niagara particle effect. Fire. Let's go through the browser, I guess. Content, Niagara system, fire. That's not what I want. No. I'm picking up a lot of weird tiny particles. Something a little bit extra. That's not what I want. These are impacts. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I think these are the ones I want. Come on now. Load any time now. Okay. Everything is set to local. Okay, cool. That looks dope as fuck. Audio. Need some sort of combo of things. 7Q. probably gonna create something new for this. Let's do a new sound cue, dragon, whelp, spawn. Okay, fire. That's not too bad. Let's see what that looks like. Bigger effect. Socket, nothing. And then this effect needs to be set up with attenuation. It's a little loud. Okay. Yeah, I think it's still a little too loud. Dragon himself is decal. Not that one. Just be bigger. That's probably too big. Oh, sorry, Ergo. How do you know what to work on next as you're going through this? Also, how do I set up a new level with... So first one, how do I know what to set up going through this is kind of like a game of, you know, Bonk the Hedgehog or whatever it is. You do whatever you feel like is needed next. And so I wanted this I want there to be kind of like every time we go through the playtest, we're coming to the raid boss, right? And so I use Obsidian. So this kind of looks like I have a bunch of my projects here. And I'm pretty simple. Just giant checklist of stuff to do. Whenever I think of something, I throw it in here, and then I prioritize from here. I'm like, okay, what is going to make an impact for people coming in playing the game is what I kind of prioritize, right? And so every time we finish the playtest, I'm bringing people to the raid boss at this point. And so I want that raid boss experience to be like a stage where people want to come and try and kill the raid boss. And so right now it's also can like be a factor of timing, right? Like, oh, I haven't had much time to work on Ruins of Tearyn, so I'm going to, you know, what can I do in a short span of time to get something in place, right? And so that's one of those aspects of things. Oh, I can polish up the raid boss to do a playtest in the next week or two, because I don't want to like get into breaking anything, you know. So it's like a time factor, and then it's like, what do I think is needed? And like you may have heard me talking before of, I want to entice people to come and play Ruins of Tearyn. And so when I hear so many comments about Sinti characters and people not wanting to try games because of the Sinti characters, I think the next, basically from January till the end of March, is where I'll be like trying to get a visual progression to the game. So basic character models in, and when you pick up loot and equip it, there's going to be a visual change on your body because of it. This is like the weird part. They all stop attacking almost. Only the ones that aren't grouped can attack for some reason. So I think I might make it where. Okay, and then your second one was also how do I set up a new level with the character blueprint so it uses the vertical thread instead of a floating camera. You go to Windows, World Settings, and then in the World Settings you'll probably have to pop this down here. We'll go Game Mode, and then just set it to Example Display, and that should get it going. Yeah. Let me think here. Right, I want a little bit more theatrics here, so we're going to put this to like .5, even lower, .25. How long is that? And then back here. So we're going to do what? We want a camera shake on the start. We'll do like a low rumble for 3 seconds. We don't really have much lore yet. It's kind of like TBD at this point. Alright, so I need to change the delay to about 3 seconds. And then, do we have any rumble sounds? Rumble? No. Oh. Rock. Woo. I want rock music. Maybe earth. Nature. Mm, But yeah, we've just been very focused on core systems. I mean, a lot of it's been on the on our tech and just the multiplayer flow of, hey, logging in. To explain a lot in my indie MMO talk. Sorry. Listening. I need to take a break for food and do some dishes. Alright, I think I'm good. I'm good with that. It's something. Baby steps. And did I clear out all these print strings? I think the next thing, like I said, we have the visual progression thing, which I think is going to be very helpful for just player experience feedback, really make you feel like you're progressing. Then there is more emphasis on progression, because that's like a huge thing in the RuneScape. In like the whole RuneScape community, like just visual progression's been a big part of why people come play that stuff. So I want to do that. And then we have a lot of like just trash mobs right now in the main world. So I want to add more just little tiny boss encounters all over the place. Getting in like actual farmable camps that there's a reason to farm them and get like, cool items about it. So a lot of content related stuff. Yeah, this weird pet thing is very odd. I don't know if it's a line of sight thing. I just thought of something random. It'd be kind of cool. So Dragon Whelp. We're going to do I have to set their lifetime on each one of these? I'm gonna set the lifetime to, I guess we'll double this. Nah, let's leave it at 90, whatever. 90 seconds. No, I guess I'll just go through and double it. Times 2. No, I don't feel like changing all that right now. Set it back to 90. But then in the whelp itself, nope, wrong one. We're going to do every timer by event. Okay, so number one is the MMO tag. Does it have line of sight on it? There's targeting. Okay, that's probably the reason why. And then every 15 seconds, we will get world scale. Or get actor scale 3D. We're going to increase it by 15%. Set actor scale 3D. And then on the server, we will also just get power, get statistic. Okay, get power. Yeah, we can do flat power. So plus 5. Set. So the whelps are going to basically grow if you don't kill them. Grow in size and power. I'd definitely love to see how you set up a mini boss from scratch, timed world boss, and whatnot. I plan to add that type of boss to my game sort of world. Yeah, I have a very long form version of that. In one of my live streams, I did a how to build a dragon boss where I did the core of this guy. Let's see if they grow. So now they're all attacking again. They're growing. They're getting bigger. Oh, did I not set it to loop? I didn't set it to loop, did I? Looping. Yeah, we're going to do every 10 seconds because it's fun to see them grow in size. And then we'll make it a little bit smaller gains. I think that one's on my MainStark YouTube, because that's where it gets saved. Let me go check the link. Here we go. It's like the very, again, it's not a condensed version. It's a 9-hour stream, but I went from nothing to that. Now I had some bugs in the end because I had some custom Runes of Tearyn code, but I got the bulk of what you see in this fight. I got a lot of that in, and so now I've been kind of polishing it. They grow. They grow. Okay. The whelps grow. Every 10 seconds, 5 power. 5 power might be too much, but I'm going to make them weaker. For their health. Stat curve. I have them at like 500. Let's put them down to like 250. Because there's so many of them. Oh my god. Well, there we go. Hopefully, I can't remember how much I talk and stuff, but I'm sort of talking through it a little bit. But it goes from like literally, oh, I picked this dragon out. Let's set up the animations for it all. Integrate that first, and then let's, build out its kit. Let's do some random things. And so it's like I said before, it was like, oh, I have this other zone that we're loading people into. I want to put a dragon in there, type thing. And so, or I think at the start it wasn't even that. It was just that I want to have a raid in the game, and so zoning wasn't even in yet, and so I just plopped up raid boss at the very bottom to go fight. Okay, this is getting cool. So the whelps basically, at some point I need to get some sort of separation code for the whelps and stuff, or AI in general. But the whelps basically continue to grow in power and in size if you don't kill them. I like that mechanic. And then the last thing is if they auto die, so I'm pretty sure this does not even trigger right now. If you don't kill them, they're eventually going to explode, I think. Lifetime 90 seconds. Let me get the AI master up. going to do a new function here. Function rt death event that we can override in the child. Functions death. And we're just going to spawn actor. The spawn itself. And we can just pull from, let's do, take the fireball, duplicate that, and whelp explosion. And then from here, we're just going to delete the fireball. And then we don't need the pulse AoE. This AoE should be a standard. And so when these things die, they're going to do the whelp explosion. Start, whatever. And then owner is self. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, my music. Add some code to the music thing. Alright, so they're going to grow a bunch, and then they should explode when their time runs out. We have to turn off this whole line of sight stuff with Dragon's text here. Well, he's getting big. Properly. did I do wrong here? Oh, players, no, enemies. And, oh, this location is action owner current, targeting, direction, rotations, default, AoE, box, sure, appearance, it's fine. We don't need any of that. Cast time 0. Yeah, I think it'd just be a really funny visual effect of people running away from these massive mobs that grew up. Plus, it's MMO history, right? Like, kill the whelps. Like, everyone kill the whelps. You know. Yeah, put a note down. AI are blocking line of sight for AI. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm gonna have to. I wonder if it's a death thing. Does it cancel? I might have some blocks if the target is dead. Sugar plums. If I go to AI. No, not AI. If I go to what if it's maybe it's not even spawning? Dragon whelp. Okay, maybe to add just 25 to location, and then I can also turn on debug. And then we're going to do just one of these as like a 5-second, 10-second lifetime. Let's just want this last thing in. If I want to change the perspective to the third person over the shoulder by default, where would I change that name? I'll show you in 1 second. So basically in the character the player character blueprint, there's a default variable. A default perspective variable. Okay, why is this not working? Okay, character am I meant so. But yeah, if you go to player character, master, oh, that's not the master. Maybe it is. Oh, there it is. No, what the heck? I must have renamed my thing. Or I moved it around. It's good. You can search it. I mean, I think it's right. Just in here, I think. Default perspective. Yeah. Default perspective. Third person. All those options in the game menu, there's defaults here. So I think if you just do default, you can see So default crosshair availability always shows mouse, targeting mode, targeting sticky, default movement mode. All those things are there in the default perspective as well. So yeah, that clearly never triggered. So if I go to AI master, oh, I didn't even, duh, I didn't even put it in the code. That would be helpful. I made the function, but didn't add it to the code. So one of these things should blow up early, I think. Okay, they're exploding now. Now I can turn off debug. Okay. And then team component I don't need. I'm gonna rename this more accurate. Lifetime death event. Lifetime end death event. And then they spawn in a big explosion. They grow over time. We ignore them, they're going to do more damage and grow, be intimidating. And then if you really ignore them, they're going to blow up. And you better not be near them. Oh, good. I'm glad it worked. Okay, one last little music thing. On begin play. We'll just wait 30 seconds and do this exact thing. Actually, I guess get guess we're going to do this, and then going to do that, and then cast new character. Get character type. Then if it's a player, now we can do all of this. And I could probably do 15 seconds. I love how walking backwards at the same time is like moonwalking hella fast. Seem to work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. There it goes. So that tiny cell face, so fail safe if the music doesn't start for some reason. Alright, I'm gonna watch these explode. And then I think I'm done for the night. I need to take a break and eat and do some chores. Explosions. Oh yeah. Alright. Last thing, because I remember it. Dragon. All of their attacks I'm going to take requiring line of sight on. Yeah, I'm trying to stream more for sure. So part of that is like to be available for questions and stuff for Vertical Third. And my game architecture video seems to be doing really well, so I'll be trying to stick around more to help some of the influx of new people using it, and to like join the community. Again, like I said in the video, I want to have more discussions around what people are doing and how to improve it. Yeah, definitely. I'm still deciding on which way to go for the second video, if it's a deep dive on single things or if it's still the second half of the same thing, you know, like, so I'm trying to figure some of those things out. And this one. Let's copy position, paste. I love data tables. Paste and paste, 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 paste. Close. Save everything. You too. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you joining the stream. Alrighty. And thank you everyone for joining. I'm going to stop the stream here. I may be back a little bit later, but I think I might just go watch Dragon Ball or something. Because I have a bunch of dishes to go do. Again, thank you for stopping by. And this is Runes Tearyn. We will be doing a playtest soon. Keep in mind, come to our Discord to join, find out when that is. And if you have any questions, feel free to ever, ping me in Discord, whatever. We're around. Thank you.